I'm not going to leave this up long because I'm thirsty. And the rule is we only open our drinks on camera. There's nothing harder than Mountain Dew. Let's see. I'm going to move that one over. Just while we're taking a minute here to get booted up, I'm closing out a bunch of windows. I've only got a few hundred open right now, but still. I don't want it to get too far. Got a bunch of windows open of stuff I wanted to read. They're like bookmarks that I'll never get to. Hmm. Okay, here we go. Getting started, everybody. Well, hello, and welcome back. And let us quickly pop a top because I am so thirsty. Let's have a good word from our friend Mr. Mountain Dew. And what is my hair? What's going on with my hair? Sorry about that. Just grooming on camera, but I can't handle having myself look like like Spider-Man V1. Peter Parker with the pomade. Mm-mm. Sorry, Toby. Ain't doing it. All right, there we go. All right, one Mountain Dew down. Put that in the bottle. Wait, where's... Oh, there they are. Got the boxes to put the bottles in when I'm done with them. Or the cans, rather. All right, and then can number 2. Here it goes. Everybody ready? Oh, yeah. Okay, so what we're going to be taking a look at today is more of the target host triple. So I've revamped our target host triple detection, which is it's that thing that's the Linux, ARM, GNU EABI, or more typically just nothing. You know, Mac ARM 64, Mac OS ARM 64. You know, Windows x86 64, that kind of stuff. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the triplet. And my problem is that there's some degree, I think the hard float is actually more of a libc type of thing. All right, one other thing. Hold on, somebody. I'm gonna try to quick other thing. Mountain Dew milkshake. Ooh, that sounds like a good idea. Hey, what's up, Elon? That sounds like a good idea. I had to try that. Uh, Somebody was saying something about, you know, we need vetted sources. Let's see. Oh, what's his name? Just let me finish this tweet and then we'll get into it. For the general info on Let's see. Okay. 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 Let me switch back over to my main thing. Sorry, I'm having a slow boot, but that's why we've got the Mountain Dew. So I'm sorry for starting 12 minutes or 5 minutes before I was even ready. All right, now I'm ready. Okay, so here's the deal. We have we're gonna go out of this one. We're gonna take a look at. Okay, I need this. Okay, so this one is not passing yet. This is not ready to pull in, but there are these are all the different patterns for how things are named that are installable via Webi. And I think one thing, okay, no, that's good. That's what I was expecting. Okay, so we do see. So these are all the different possible patterns. Now, if we get rid of the extension, which we could, then we have fewer of those. But the extension actually helps in some circumstances, helps us to identify what something is. So, for example, if it's a .dmg, we know it's a universal Mac binary. We like if it's called stuff.dmg, you know, okay, it's for Mac, it's universal. But that's not a high indicator when it comes to Linux. If it's Linux, you don't really care what the extension is. But also, if it's Windows, you know, .exe. Okay, well, it's Windows. So, but these are all the different ways things are looked at. And I'm kind of surprised there's not more versions in the name here. That's really weird. So some of these, there's a whole bunch of these. They probably all came from the same thing. Where the... Yeah, I'll have to go back and take a look at where they come from. Anyway, so there's close to 1,000. It's 800 and some, so not super close to 1,000, but kind of close to 1,000 of these strings. And we have to be able to look at any given string, you know, just pick one at random and say, okay, this is for Mac OS 386. That's not even a thing. That's not real. We can, okay, but so Mac OS x86, that doesn't exist. There's no computers that run Mac OS, not since it's been called Mac OS, that are 386, but whatever. You get the point. So when I look at this, I have to figure out, okay, you know what? We could get rid of a few of these. We could get rid of the .tar or the .gz, because that doesn't really, I mean, that kind of tells us some information. If the final extension is just .xz, it's probably a Linux executable. That tells us that much. Well, not really, because it could be Mac or whatever. So we could get rid of a few more of these. I could clean this up ever so slightly. We could get rid of .xz, .gz. We could get rid of .zip probably. But yeah. So and then there's stuff like this, like ARM HF, ARM V7, ARM V6. What is ARM HF? And then there's just ARM. What is ARM? And what system is ARM? Is that ARM V7? Is that ARM V5? What does ARM mean? And so there's some things like this where we don't have enough information to categorize these. Okay, and sorry, I missed your comment earlier. Doing some market research. Do you use any PDF gen tools or HTML to PDF services? Yeah, so we actually built one. So it is called LibreOffice as a Service. So, really? It doesn't rank? I'm kind of surprised. That's weird, because somebody else has one of the same name, but theirs is... I don't think this is a fork of ours. No, it's not a fork of ours. Okay, well, LibreOffice as a Service. Huh, that's weird. What in the world? How is that one ranking? LibreOffice as a Service. LibreOffice as a Service. Anyway. So yeah, PaperOS Labs. This is the legit one. I don't know why. We ought to put up a website for this. But yeah. So this is what we use for that. And we need to update the URLs to be PaperOS. But yeah. So this will convert documents through LibreOffice as a service. Star Office, good old Star Office. S Office stands for Star Office. A lot of people don't know that because LibreOffice has had 4 or 5 different names now. 3 different names, 4 different names. So Star Office, Sun Office, Sun Office, Star Office, Open Office. So Star, Sun, Open, Libre. 4 different names. The first 2 began with S. I think it was called Sun Office before it was called Star Office, but I'm not sure. Star Office was acquired by Sun Microsystems. And then the funny thing is that Open Office was the fork. So Star Office was the original, and then it was Sun Office. And then it was Open Office, and now it's LibreOffice. Maybe I should update the wording or something here. Yeah, you know, I should have given a demo. Convert PDF. There we go. Yeah, so I'm going to make a note to update this a little bit because that is marketable. Yeah. So anyway, that's the way to do it. And it's a pain in the butt to deploy. This is the kind of thing. This is the kind of thing that makes a good Docker container. You know, when I'm thinking of the use case of Docker, LibreOffice as a service is a good use case for Docker because it's a very complex install. It has a ton of dependencies. The dependencies change name over time. You know, your distro is, you know. So if I was going to say what's a good candidate for Docker, this is a pretty decent candidate for Docker because the complexity cannot be managed and it cannot be adequately documented. So we have here our scripts, our install LibreOffice, but you know, you have to add a PPA, you have to, is that really all you have to do? I could have sworn there was a bunch of other stuff that had to be updated ahead of time. I could be wrong about this. And then it's really, really weird the way that the app stuff works is that it gets in a situation where you can see I'm doing sleep 2, rumruff, sleep 2, rumruff, sleep 2, rumruff. It gets in this weird situation where apt-get is doing something in the background, and the install of OpenOffice triggers some sort of process in apt that cannot be automated. And yeah, so that's our best attempt at doing that. So again, that's another point towards that this makes sense with Docker, but I am pretty sure it's not as simple as just installing the PPA. I could have sworn there was dependencies that had to be installed too. Maybe they got installed through something else, but you can test locally. Yeah. Anyway, there's that. Can't remember if I've ever seen Sun Office, but I have seen Star Office years ago on Solaris, no less. Don't think it can convert HTML templates to PDFs, right? Well, you can convert HTML to PDF. I don't know what you mean by HTML template. You would just template the HTML and then turn it into a PDF. Like certificate maker with different names. So that would be done. So if I was gonna do that, then what I would do is I would just use SD and replace the name in the HTML. Like that comes down to being an SD script. Or a sed script. I guess if I was going to script it, I'd probably use sed. Oh, okay, look. System requirements for Linux. Really? Is that it? That is it. Dang. Oh, there's a bunch of these things I want to update on here. Ah! Okay, I'll update that later. I'll put that down for updating later. But that is something we could get a little bit of developer traction with, I bet. And there's also a service that we're doing like that for Excel. We have not released that. We can't release that open source because it requires a proprietary license. But we should be able to release that in a way that other people could start using it. We haven't got around to it. Anyway, so this is where I'm at, is I'm trying to do this classification of these target host triplets. Target host triples. There's no standard name for it. These are all the terms. I am gonna try just real quick. Oh no, hold on. Let's see if we can get some of this stuff out of the way. Get the dash join out of the way. Okay, this one. Get .envman out of the way. CJ denominate out of the way. Okay. Ah! Okay, I'm going to mute myself, and then I will unmute myself. Muted myself. I find that if I say out loud, I'm going to mute myself, and then say out loud, I'm unmuting myself, I do a better job at unmuting myself. And then I don't, go on for half an hour before somebody pops in and says, your mic's off, or in the case where people are actually watching the stream, the 5 minutes or whatever. Okay, so, what was I doing? I was going in here. Oh, no, I didn't clone it yet. So check this out. We're going to run list all releases. Oh, I need to grab, I gotta go grab a GitHub token. Just a second as I get this token installed. Okay, so, whoops. Oh, I got to do a clean install. That's going to take a minute. But no, I have not had any need for a certificate maker. Hey, what's up, Standard Air? Okay. Oh, that installed quickly. That didn't take very long at all. Oh, I'm used to running NPM on other projects. You know, it's like takes a year, and so I just go off and get some coffee. I don't drink coffee, but you know, Mountain Dew. Go on a bike ride, get some Mountain Dew. Anyway, so we'll go here, and now this is what this is doing is it's listed. There's 82. Oh, 82. I thought there was 84. Okay, never mind. 64 of those. I probably got that mixed up. So here's what we got. There's a bunch of junk files, not junk files, but well, some of them are junk files. Some of them are just scrap files. So good. We didn't get any errors. We didn't get anything that was like they tried to do it and it was bad. We have 25 aliases. We have 2 that are invalid. So they're missing components. So ffprobe and MariaDB are WIP. They are not completed. And I don't know how MariaDB even got into the repo. I think that was by mistake. It got committed by mistake some time ago, which is fine because it's there now. But the stuff that's there, it needs to be updated. What's there isn't useful for anything. And then self-hosted, there's 64 that are self-hosted. That means that they do not come from a releases. They come from something else. Like all these come from Git, which I do want to get that updated, and I will. That's something that's a bulk task somebody could take on. All right, then 82 projects that have their own repositories and use either GitHub releases or their own releases mechanism. I'd actually like to sort out the difference between the ones that have their own release mechanism. I think there's about 10 of those that have a special release mechanism. And so then this is how many releases are available in each of these packages. And I don't remember why I printed out V there, but there's some reason for it. It's probably to test that the version replacement was working or something. You know, so there's 2,321 different permutations of releases for Caddy. Almost 5,000 for Go, almost 4,000 for Terraform. So in total, we have 26,000, and this is trimmed down. So this is after we get rid of a whole bunch. We get rid of about 6,000 of them, over 6,000 of them that turned out to not really be installable. And so then these are all of the terms that are found in what's left over. Once you get rid of the version, you get rid of any extraneous files, and you get rid of the name of the thing itself, so Caddy or whatever. These are all the terms that are left over that define the triplet. So I think what I'll do is I will, since I'm thinking about it, I'll go ahead and get rid of the tar tells us nothing. So we'll go through here. Oh, did I not? Okay, so I haven't moved these. These are things that have their own releases. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things that have their own releases. I think there's actually a few more than that, but the way that that the download is structured, the URL component isn't in there necessarily. Okay, so we get rid of that. Okay, and so before we do the words, so I would actually like to go through stuff that doesn't tell us anything. So download dot slice ext dot length. These don't provide any clues for as to which OS is used. So we've got XZ, GZ, tar. I'm going to go ahead and put Z standard in here. Zip. Although DMG can be used on Linux, I've done it. Oops. EXE, so zip, XZ, tar. I'd actually put tar after zip because you could tar a zip, but you wouldn't. You could zip a tar, but you wouldn't tar zip. If that makes sense. Okay, so exe is when Mac OS So .get actually does give us some information because it tells us that it is architecture independent if it's released. So, you know, something like a font. Okay, another haircut. No. See, I actually mentioned that when I first got on the stream. I saw that my hair was a little too. So when I got out of the shower, I put the stuff in. Normally, I wait a few minutes before I put the stuff in, or I brush my teeth first or something. So my hair was a little too wet, and so then when I put the stuff in, it made my hair look way too nice. And so then I tried to mess it up a little bit, and it just ended up looking super sexy. I would dare say MSI is a better example of a package on Windows. So you think that it's closer to a zip or a tar? That doesn't matter in the sense that it indicates that it's Windows. You're not going to open that up on Mac. Bless me. I don't know why that one's there. It should be either there or there. Okay, I like this. Oh, and also I have seen .dmg.zip. Just saying. People zip everything. They zip everything. Zip it. Zip it good. Okay, and the longer ones need to come first. Nondescript. Is that not how do you spell nondescript? Oh, nondescript is one word. Okay, got it. Okay, there we are. All right, so I'm going to delete my cache directory. No, I'm not going to delete my cache directory. I'm just going to run this again. It runs so slow. It's running thousands, tens of thousands of regular expressions. So I don't know. You watch how slow this is. So before it was the blink of an eye, but then I went from testing against strings to doing. So I went against testing against like 3 regular expressions to 30 of them and multiple times. really slowed it down. No. So .bz2, because there are actually no releases that are BZ2 releases. So if we look at the entire release list, BZ2 is not something that's encountered. So here's the thing. People are either going to use XZ or they're going to use gzip for compatibility. People are not using BZ2. Oh, also I don't think there's any .targz either. So I can output the whole list. Give me just a second here. We're gonna change how we trim this. Okay, so because we have a black list, we don't have a white list. So we look for extensions that are known to be non-distributable. Like they're not the thing. So the checksum files with the .txt. So non-build exts. So here's the non-build exts. We've got our man page files. We got Blake 3 sums, bunch of SHA sums, signatures, PIM, whatever the heck SBOM is for. JSON ASCII again for signatures. This one's just Dino, but Dino ships with like a kind of a signature file thing. I should probably just move that to Dino. In fact, I think I'll just move that to Dino because that one's so specific. It just doesn't really belong in the releases here. So we can get rid of this. We can say is meta equals rel.name.includes or ends with if is meta return false and then return true. So we'll get rid of, we now filter the debs in the main piece, so we don't need to filter them here. So that means that I need to delete the Dino from the cache. Okay, so there we are. So now this builds file there's not a single package that releases a BZ2. So you can see we can, oh, whoops, sorry, this one. I need to find that trim. There we go. This one. So we'll remove this trim right here. And we'll run this one again. Okay, so now in this one, as we go down, all right, you'll see all of these have their extensions. So we haven't removed any extensions except for the ones that I just removed. And you'll see there is no BZ2. So nobody is uploading stuff to GitHub releases as BZ2. Also .z, come on, don't be absurd. I'm 99% sure I've seen .zip. Hey, when I was a kid, I thought if you zip it once and it makes, it says that the advert WinZip reduce files by up to 75%. I was like, okay, I'll just run it twice. That didn't work. I was really young, so that level of abstraction wasn't there yet. Only operating system that seems cares about is that's not entirely true. So the file extension does play a part in the magic detection. So an HTML file, for the sake of POSIX, should begin with doctype HTML. That's why the doctype HTML is there. When you think, why does there need to be a doctype HTML? That is the reason, because the magic file descriptor should take place on the first line within the first 100 bytes or something like that. So that's why, is that but yes, but in the case that it doesn't have the doc type, it goes from the extension if it looks like a text file. Yeah, well, you would have to end up making it larger with a double zip. I don't think you could ever make it smaller, because its compression has a window, and it's already compressed everything that fits in the compression window. So if you try to compress it again, then you're going to be including metadata that's outside of the compression window. So it's not going to be able to compress it any further, because the byte offset of the compression window is now screwed up. So you're actually guaranteed, with every compression format that I know of, you're guaranteed to get a larger file. Plus, you have to have the metadata, and this is what makes it slightly larger, is that you have to have the metadata that describes the compression technique. So, for example, the window size or whatever. So at the very best, with, say, something like XZ, you're going to add a few bytes. And with something like zip, you're going to add several, because you're also going to be adding the file system information and whatnot. Is that hand sandy? No, dude. I do not sanitize my hands by myself. Are you crazy? No, I'm out in a shed. And, sorry, I real Matt. Hopefully it didn't come off too mean. But you are crazy. I'm sanitizing my hands and my system. No, it's moisturizer, because it's winter here in Utah, and I'm in a shed, and so the air's a little dry, and so I need a little bit of hand sanitizer. I need a little bit of hand moisturizer. Okay, cool. So there's that. Let's see how much better this is now. So this is where this is surprising. That didn't give us a huge reduction in the number of permutations that are there. I'd think that it would, but it doesn't. So 659. So this way we're only keeping extensions that help describe the file. So what is that? $6.59. And then the debug shouldn't be there either in the end, because that's a channel. Well, we have that accounted for too. But that should have shown up here, I think, as channel. But whatever, it showed up. It showed up there. That's fine. Okay, and then from that, then, if we take a look at this, is going to lower our count ever so slightly. By 5 terms or something. 115. Really? That only took us down 115? It seems like it should have taken us down a couple more. There's no zip and there's no XZ. That's it. But we also got rid of the GZ and stuff, right? Oh, whoops. $115. There we go. So the 10 and the 12, the 10 is for OS X 10 point whatever. I don't know why 11 didn't show up here. The 12 was for, I think it was FreeBSD 12. There was a Solaris 11, but that one, I don't know why that one's not showing up here. The 8 is probably for ARM v8, though it might be something else. I mean, we could check and see. We could find out where that term's coming from, because we could go through everything and then we could do a search for 8. We could do a search for 8 that's not next to other characters. Okay, 10.8. So that's where that comes from. But then when we get rid of the operating system, we actually get rid of that as well. Because the operating system matcher accounts for that. So, yeah. So this is our reference. So let me go ahead and commit this. Oh. What? Oh, I know what happened. I put an exit 1 there. Should have been exit 0. All right, Dave, I got something coming up here. Because we're not going to be able to get this in today. But if I could get a review from you. Whoops. There's a lot of this that can just go into the hot fix. I mean, that's, yeah, and then some of this. I'm going to open this one up. Okay, burn junk commits. Uh, so we're including more specific filtering. And then the checksums, we may end up knowing what to do with those in the future. So that's one of the reasons we're going to keep those. Okay, what else are we doing here? Okay, let's go ahead and get this hot fix through. If I can get your review on that, David. All right, real Matt. Doesn't that make the clickety clackety slippery though? I get hot hand on my keyboard. What? Yeah, I'm not man enough. It's like what David said. I'm not man enough to have calluses. Okay, so the hot fix here, let me go over this commit by commit. Classify ARM32 as ARMv7. We're going to get rid of this eventually, but this is a thing for Windows. Windows class, it calls ARM32 ARMv7, and this doesn't conflict with anything else. I created this thing that goes through all 33,000 release files in order to not just guess like, I think this is going to work. It's like I have verified this should not affect anything else because I generated the whole list and then I grepped through it and then I looked at it. I mean, it's possible I missed a line, but it's all right. We should not match ARM64 for ARM. So I was doing this thing where I didn't know if other things could match ARM64, and so I had the term ARM matching ARM64, but it turns out that's wrong because ARM is used for ARMv7, and I thought I'd matched ARMv7 adequately, but anyway, there were some places where the catch-all phrase ARM, which I was using to grab ARM64, the only case that matters is in Terraform. And let me go take a look at that real quick. Let's make sure that the Terraform is we need to double check this or triple check it. Yeah. So, oh, and I don't have the extension I need. What's the name of my extension that does the JSON stuff? I've gotten used to it on my other computer. Is it? I don't know if it's JSON formatter. I don't think this one's it. There's not that many. Oh, seems like there's more. Let me see which one I have in my other browser. I'm pretty sure I have it over in this browser. Let me see what the name of it is. JSON viewer. This one right here. This one is far superior. Let me quadruple check here. The name of this is indeed JSON viewer. It's got the same icon. Yeah, same icon. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Yeah. Okay, no, never mind. Terraform doesn't use ARM for ARM64. For some reason, I thought they did, but they don't, so we're still good. Okay, so anyway, this is just this improves the search or the filtering. So it gets the right thing. The one place where we might have a regression with this is this doesn't do the fallback handling the same way, but I think far fewer people are on the older ARM systems nowadays. You know, most people have upgraded to a Raspberry Pi 3 by now. So on Raspberry Pi 2, this could have a regression, but I'm not that worried about it. Let those people open an issue, and we might get this new thing in before that's even an issue. But right now, this fixes, and this is deployed, this fixes stuff for people that are using ARM64, which is in response to the fix for people that are using muscle and static builds. So, but the whole handling needed to be done heuristically rather than guesswork. These are patches to the guesswork stuff. What I am showing with the host triplets is the real stuff. Using -L for curl. So I didn't want to use -L because the idea of just security, what you see is what you get, right? So I say downloading from X, and then it's going to go download from somewhere else instead. So but we have to because GitHub releases. So we don't have to for Webi. Webi does not use redirects, but we have to for GitHub releases. So that has to be in there. That's a fix for Windows. Show machine info. This is not necessarily, it's not a required fix, but it's, you know, a one line update. It puts the machine info for the PowerShell script. Adding the exec bit, this does nothing. It's like chmod. That was it. Simver. This is an actual fix for Zig. So when we install Zig, we want to get the version by the Simver version, not get master, because then when you go to update it, you just get master again. And then Git, if Git isn't installed on Windows, if you're going to install Git, you need Git. So that's what that is. So this is the hotfix. So yeah, if you could give that an approving review when at your earliest convenience. That would be appreciated. Are you still there, David? And then, let's see. This one, this cleanup, whole bunch of file changes. So first of all, let's rebase this off of hotfix so that we can look at it in context. Okay, so burn, junk, comments. Yeah, of course. I actually think this should go into the hotfixes. So I'm going to move that over into the hotfixes, because that is actually a fix for something that is wrong. So let me go cherry pick this. Oh my. Okay. Oh, and I think that this one, this one's kind of its own thing. But basically, I'm not resorting the releases. I leave them in the format that they come in. I don't know what the benefit of resorting them would be, because they get sorted later anyway. And then this is a bunch of file changes, but it's all pretty vanilla stuff. And the legacy actually needs to be moved elsewhere, because that is common to all GitHub source releases. I might, in the future, I might have all dot names and an all dot non-matching words. Ignore words. Ignore terms. Because they are in the actual release, but they are not meaningful terms. But for right now, it's there. When I go to add the third one that has that, then I'll probably make that update. Plus, this has to land first anyway. So, yeah, the text files and the debs and all that, that's going to be... yeah, this one, there's one release that has this weird naming convention in it. So we're just filtering out that release for the one release that has the weird naming convention. I mean, it's a valid release. It's just there's no other way to classify it. And I want 100% correctness going into this next phase. Okay, Flutter is kind of a big... That Flutter was a bigger change there. I refactored it. Maybe I should have waited to do that. I probably should have waited to do that. But it's a lot cleaner now. If you were to look at this side by side, this is a better one to look at side by side. So if we look at the Flutter one, yeah, I would say these are best viewed side by side. Anyway. Oh, I've got a voicemail. Let me check what that voicemail is about. Oh. Somebody's trying to call me in for a meeting? I don't think I have any meetings on my calendar today. No, I don't. Oh, well. Yeah. Either that or it was a scam where they invite you to a meeting and tell you that you've been kicked from the meeting, so you'll call in and enter some special numbers that grant them access to your phone. Anyway, so this is mostly just adding names, matching names that might match in the file, and their exact literal names. SQL package, SQL package. The longest one needs to come first. Yeah, okay, so there we are. So that's the cleanup is pretty simple. David, are you still around? I think you left. I will close this one out. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Hotfix approved. Excellent. Yeah, this has already been in prod. Okay. Whoops. 750. All right, and I will go ahead and make sure that prod has got those changes now. Oh, whoops. Ah, what am I doing? Okay, cool. And I don't think this requires any, I don't think this requires a restart. Well, it does for the Zig one. Okay. Let's see. Let me just get a beat on prod and make sure that we don't have people in the middle of doing stuff right now, because usually we have several seconds in between requests. Uh-oh. Did my internet go out? I dropped 197 frames. My internet went out for approximately 3 seconds. Cool. Okay. So it is. All right. And all right, there we go. And we're back up. So we had about 2 seconds of downtime. Doesn't look like anybody missed anything. All right. So let's just check a few things to make sure everything landed nicely. So that one we'd already had in for sure. I think the Zig one wasn't actually in. I think I lied about that one. So if we do Webi Zig at beta. Excellent. Look at that. Cool. Now I can get rid of Zig Master. And downloads Webi Zig vMaster. Okay. Okay. Yeah, when I label something as hotfix, that something is likely already in prod. Let's see, can we do Zig at master? Does that work too? I should probably tag that as duplicate tag it as master. Okay, I'm going to redo this. Cut back up to live, skipped around a bit. Okay. Oops. Okay, 1 second while I... Okay, cool. So this is good. All right. Had a meeting, otherwise known as political parties, telling each other their opinions with no consensus or action items decided. Yeah, meetings need to have action items. That has to be a rule for meetings. Something is killing your poor CPU. Keep spiking to 100%. Well, just reboot. That's been my solution. That's how we do it with the new Mac OS. We reboot. Speaking of the new Mac OS, I decided to take a chance on my other system and install Sonoma. So that's happening right now. Sonoma is happening right now. Your computer's not connected to a power source. That's really strange. What do you call this thing then? It's not detecting the MagSafe adapter. They went too thin. Too thin. How do you know when you've made your MagSafe adapter too thin? When it's difficult. Okay. Is it not plugged in? Is it legitimately not plugged in? Is it plugged into something that's not turned on? Oh, it's legitimately not plugged in. Did my son get in here when I wasn't looking? How is this legitimately not plugged in? Okay, there we go. Now it's plugged into a power source. All right, I'm muting. Muted. Okay. 12 gigabytes. That's how much you have to download to get new wallpaper and screensaver. macOS Sonoma. New wallpapers. Wow. Headliner feature. Wallpapers. Hmm. All right, I am sorry, I'm kind of asleep at the wheel. I might need to go take a break or something. I know I've only gotten started. It's only been an hour, but I just I'm still not into it. I'm still kind of just the new lock screen is horrible. Only sitting on 3-day uptime. Oh no, they put the password box at the bottom of the screen. It's so that you can have an immersive, so you can watch movies, man. So you can watch movies while your computer's locked. It's immersive. They want to be like Windows. All right. Honestly, reminds me of Windows 11. Which came out first? They added widgets. Ugh. Traitors. Okay, was there anything else that that I lied about with the hot fix? I didn't actually test this one, but I don't care. I'm not even going to test it. Windows people can just suffer. And then Flutter. Yeah, this one doesn't matter either. Okay, but one that does matter. Well, kind of matters. I want to get that one in sometime soon. I don't know. I think I need to switch what I'm working on. I think I'm kind of burnt out from this. I'm working on it for like 2 weeks. Plus, I need to make money. I haven't been doing that. Okay, so this one, I'll put this on next right now. I'll go put that on next right now. Webi next. Okay. So this one we would need to change, or we need to just check everything. Can we still install aliasmin? Can we still install XYZ? So for that, I think I'm going to just check on Next itself. First, I'm going to get rid of opt on Next, which has a bunch of stuff in it. I'm going to take note of that. So I'm getting rid of downloads and opt on Next. So that's what I've done. Got rid of downloads and opt. And then first I need to grab Node because Next is going to die without Node. In fact, it's probably pretty dead right now. Because it's supposed to have NodeMon watching it when it updates and then restarting it. Now it can't do that, obviously. All right, so okay, cool. Restarting due to changes. Started. Okay. All right, so that one's up. Now let's just go through and reinstall each thing. Web aliasmin, Webi aliasmin. All right, that installed. Webi arc. That installed. Webi atomic parsley. Webi bun. I actually want to start running Webi with bun. It'd be interesting to try it and just see what happens right now. Okay. And I guess I should be doing a -v on each of these things. Aliasmin -v. Arc -v. Atomic parsley -v. Dash version. Okay. Bun -v. Oh, whoops. Just make sure that, rudimentary check. The right stuff is there. Caddy -v. Oh, whoops. Webi caddy. Probably need caddy. Pretty sure that's what's running here. Although, here, I think caddy is in bin because I think it's a custom version. Or maybe not. I don't know if caddy's actually running here. Now I'm confused. Caddy -v version. Okay, good. At least that's implemented correctly. All right. Comrack. Comrack -v. Curly. And I mean, these were very cosmetic changes. Most of them. The one that isn't, that's more than cosmetic, is Flutter, which I don't even know if Flutter installs right now anyway. I don't think that Flutter is one of the more popular ones. So I haven't tested that one in a while. I don't use Flutter myself. I was going to start, but then I didn't. So, and then Curly -v is just going to give us curl. Let's see, did they ever update it? I wanted him to update it so that it would print out curly and then all of this. All right, -core and -d are actually the same thing. Well, they have a different install file because the client and the server are the same code. So ghetto. All right. Okay. Webi FFmpeg. When we get to Flutter, I'm going to have to do that on another computer. In fact, I'll probably just do it on this one. Hopefully it still installs. That one takes forever. It's a gigabyte or something. There we go. And then that'll be interesting. I'm not going, well, okay. I will reinstall Fish. And then I'll reinstall it back to the version that it is, because otherwise it'll screw me up. So 3.6.1. 3.6.1 is already installed. Downloads, Webi, Fish. That's weird. That's weird that it's trying to set it as the default shell before it's installed. Oh, because the install message, right, okay. Okay, well, it was able to select something to know what version it was, so I'm going to count that as a pass, because then I actually have to do the download. It just has to discover the download. That's all that's changed is the filter mechanism. So if I was accidentally returning false or something, you know, if something went catastrophically wrong, it would go catastrophically wrong. And amazingly, Flutter now has a big warning. That takes a really long time to run version. Are we sure about that? Okay, there we go. All right, so Flutter passes. Yeah, Flutter had a big change. Well, it's a big white space change. It's not that big of a change. So this is all comments. And then most of this is white space, so things are on different lines now. And so it looks like it's a, you know, bunch of change, but it's the same stuff. I did a for loop instead of a for each. And then I got rid of this complexity with the, you know, matching the stable release, yada, yada. Which, let's just make sure. Is Flutter dead? Was there really... The framework release was 2 years and 6 months ago? I mean, I certainly don't think Flutter is complete. That would be... So let's just check this, because that version doesn't match my expectations. V2.2.1. Let's take a look at releases JSON. Do we have a 2.3 or 2. Is Flutter dead? Or is it complete? Is it really that stable? Did they get rid of the releases API? Oh, dang. Oh, dang. So they got rid of their releases API. Either that or something went catastrophically wrong. Let me check here. This just doesn't seem right. Hold on. Something going really wrong with the... I think they quit publishing their releases to the API. That's terrible. Hold on. I guess I'm glad I did a spot check on that, but this isn't a new problem. I don't think. Yeah. Look at this. They quit publishing to they quit publishing Flutter releases to the API. Are they using GitHub now? It doesn't look like it. Only 3 releases. Beta, 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 beta. Let's see what the assets look like. Only 2 assets. Let me just try looking at this and see if it happens to fetch it from the API. I'm not going to fix that right now, but I'll put it in as a, a to-do. So what if we just change the release URL? Okay, releases Windows. Releases, okay. Copy link address. All right, so I'm going to make an issue for this anyway. Okay. I'm just, okay, here we go. Ah. NA. NA. Oh, there we go. Submit issue. All right. Sorry, my password box needs to be at the bottom of the screen, so I'll catch up on comments here. I have 3 different Windows machines booted up right now. Savvy is not the 9 to 5, no. Bun's available on Webi? Yes. Yes, Bun has been available on Webi for a long time. Just wait for Flutter to be killed by Google. Should be soon, I'm sure. I'm on 3.0.5. GitHub seems to only house beta releases, yeah. Um, okay, so we'll put this in as a fix as well. Okay, so now let me try again. I'm going to do this from, let's do export Webi host is next and Webi Flutter. All right, there we go. Now that's working. With these custom APIs, I need to go through every once in a while, even on the things that I don't use, and make sure that it's grabbing the latest. Okay. All right. It's extracting it. Hopefully it's faster now. Nope. Maybe if I run it twice, it'll be fast. Maybe it's doing a bunch of like init tasks and stuff like that. Yeah, that's daggone slow. Look at that. Okay. Okay, one thing that we also need to figure out here. Oh no, I'm going to have to open up a new window here. It's freaked out because I reinstalled from right underneath of it. Oh, whoops. Oh, I'll go fix that. Okay, here's what I'm actually going to do. Let me grab the latest release URL. What? Not what I wanted or expected. Okay. There we go. That's how I resign, because I can't be bothered to use git commit amend dash s, cap s. All right, let me abort this actually. Wait a minute. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Hold on. Thought I'd pushed that already. All right. I wish I could just kind of see, hey, this stuff was all the same. Yeah, we're not redoing that. So what I'm going to do is okay. Who is Dash? Oh, mascot. Stay up to date. Upgrade SDK archive. Oh, so that fix for the dev channel was bunk anyway. All right, so I do want to put in my bug report. All right, well. Okay. Yeah, so all right, didn't pass Lint. Let's figure out what that's about. What's up, Navjot? How you doing? Okay, one thing I do need to check with this though is that we still get the V2 releases, that the change in the URL Can we still get to a 2.x release? Okay, we can. I'm in computer science major and got an important small test exam, which is required to participate in the main exam. I'm in the first year and really nervous. Currently, I'm not a good coder in C++. That's a good sign, because anybody who is a good coder in C++ is a fool. They're lying to themselves, they're lying to the world, and they are creating buggy code that's going to crash and result in security vulnerabilities and general malcontent of users. So it's much better to be a bad C++ programmer, because then you know that you're doing the wrong thing. Whereas so-called good C++ programmers, they think that they're doing the right thing, and they're just making it so that the rest of us have programs that crash and get viruses and get systems hacked and have data breaches. So stay in that frame of mind. That's the right frame of mind. C++ is not a good language to program in for any, I don't know of any metric along, the only metric for C++ is I work at a company that uses old frameworks and old code, and they write in C++ because they don't care about security and they don't care whether or not the application crashes on a regular basis. So, just for reference, if you did actually have a problem that you think could be solved by C++, either Rust or Zig would be the right language to be looking at. Zig is not really so mature like Rust is, or, most programs should be written in Go. Most programs that somebody would think they would write in C++ should be written in Go, because you're going to get better performance out of the box, and it's secure. You're not going to have memory corruption issues, and you can learn Go in a weekend. As a new programmer, you can learn Go. But congratulations to you to being in the computer science program, and if they force you to use C++, then, you got to do what you got to do, but please don't write C++ in the real world, unless you get paid a amount of money to do it. But don't do it lackadaisically, because C and C++ are among the absolute worst of all the programming languages that exist, because they have no safety features, and they are very bad performance by default. If you really are masterful and you know exactly how to tune them, then you can get better performance than you can get with, say, Go, but not better performance than you're going to get with Rust or Zig. So, yeah, people often say, oh, I need the control. No, you don't. You really don't. Anyway, I'll end that because it's probably not here what you came for, and you probably don't want to get demotivated right off the bat. So my apologies. Probably shouldn't have said those things. But when people mention C++, I mean, it's just, it is probably the worst programming language that's actually used in production. C is not as bad as C++ because there's not as many ways to shoot yourself in the foot in C. C++ takes all the foot guns of C and then just adds, 10x's the number of foot guns. But yeah, Go is a great language. Rust is a good language. Zig is a great language, except that it's not at that stability level yet. You don't find it a lot in enterprise yet. Whereas, Rust and Go, that's predominantly what people are writing. The large applications and lots of small applications. If you're a startup, Go is a great choice still. But those are good languages. Java's safe. Java's boring, but it's safe. It's, it's fairly performant if you write it well. So anyway, Flutter is not, let me say this. The Flutter toolchain is not performant. Look how long it takes me to get, normal program, version information. You can't even blink. It's like, boom, it's there. Watch this, Flutter version information. Sits there for a whole second. All right, everything's fine. The thing is, they force us to code in C++. I will take your advice and we'll look at Rust. Okay, yeah. But the question is, do you actually need that? What kind of problem are you trying to solve? What kind of job are you trying to get? Because And most of them, the only one I can think of where C++ is kind of required just because of the tooling is maybe game development, because I hear that there's a lot of tools that are written in C++ that you just can't really get away from right now. But yeah, Golang would be one that normally I would say just Golang, because you're going to get better performance in Golang on average. You know, from if you are not an expert and you don't know every single little trick of how to, you know, put a little bit of memory here and a little bit of memory there, and how, you know, it's going to be different on this CPU versus that CPU. You know, if you're at that level, then you definitely want something like Rust or Zig. But if you're not at that level and you're okay with having, you know, 90% of the performance, then Golang is the way to go. And if you know, are fine with like 70% of the performance, then Bun is a, you know, Bun or Node or whatever. But anyway, and if you're okay with 0% of the performance, Python's a great choice. Everybody loves it. Python's wonderful for learning. It's I just don't deploy with it anyway. But yeah, I get that. But here's the thing: most important thing, no matter what language you're learning, is get the tools installed that help you use it. So I don't know what the best tools are for C++. You know who you should follow? Strager. Let's see. Let's go twitch.tv Strager. This is the guy to ask. What? What? Did I spell it right? Okay. So I don't know what happened with Strager, because he was there a couple days ago. But that's his icon, so I'm going to give it a follow. I don't know what happened. It'll be interesting to see. Okay. So I will be interested to see what happened with Strager, but he's the guy to ask about the C++ tooling. Like, what you want to know specifically is the linter, the formatter, and you would probably be better off with something like Vim or NeoVim or something. Here you go. This very first one right here, this is probably good. Okay, LLVM, that's probably the right tool chain to use, LLVM. Clang format, okay. Dioplete Clang, Clang. I call it Clang because other people call it Clang. It's Clang, but whatever. So this might be a good thing to check out. But the most important thing when programming is your tools, because you don't ever want to program by hand. Like, programming by hand does not show any sort of maturity or coolness or any, you know, programming by hand is kind of the dumbest way to do it. You want to have tools that, you know, are giving you the spell checking, the type checking, the formatting, you know, all that stuff. When I say by hand, obviously you're typing out the code by hand. I'm not saying you should be using GPT. That would be scary for C++. Although I'm sure that the kind of things that you have for homework, it'll do great at. And I'm not joking about that. I think that it'll probably be great. Anyway, okay, I'm going to get back to doing what I was doing here. So I am working on... Oh, whoops. I'm just distracted right now, really. That's what it is. My brain's just not focused. I need to take a break, maybe caffeinate a little more, then come back. Okay, I'm going to double check Okay, good. This is still working. Excellent. Wait, where did... Sorry for distraction, but what you get a follow from me. You're a great guy and a nice streamer. Thanks. Let's not go too far. Qt Creator. So I don't know what Qt Creator is. I know it's a GUI tool, but make sure that you've got good tools installed. That's all I'm saying. Is make sure you've got good tools installed, because tooling makes the difference. Tooling makes the man. We need to use computers to automate as much as we can correctly. So you got to put that correctly there, because just automating for the sake of automation, I do worry about this AI stuff. The AI stuff is really, really interesting, and there's value in it. I've been on both sides of the GPT debate, and I've landed on there's value there. I'm not quite sure what to phrase. You should use it, you shouldn't use it. There is value there. But it takes some discipline to use correctly. All right, so why is this griping at me, saying that this is failing? Uh-oh. PowerShell's broken. Okay, downloading PowerShell. All right, let me try reinstalling PowerShell here. Oh, dang it. All right, let's go fix it in prod. I thought I'd tested this. I lied to myself. I lied to others. I've sinned greatly. All right, let's make sure that this exists and this is real and it's the right file size. That looks right. Okay, everything looks good there. Let's take a look at .local opt PowerShell. All right, let's try what was supposed to run here. What was supposed to run was ln-s dot local opt PowerShell dot local opt pwsh. And that is why we fail. Okay. All right, let's try running this again. All right, cool. I'm batting 0 today. Yeah, that should be fine. No, we actually do need to remove that. No, we don't. Just need to remove that one. Okay. Source dest. Okay, so the only thing that needs to change here is that although the destination, well, actually, we just need that. So the destination is a symlink. So we should probably have all of these. That one's not actually used, but all of these, the destinations, we should not put the trailing slash because the destinations are not actually directories. They are, in fact, symlinks. So symlinks should not get a trailing slash. Directories should get a trailing slash. These are directories. They get a trailing slash. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to go rebase this off of hotfix. Okay. And then we can get back to this one, which was list releases. And this one's going to be based off of that cleanup one. All right, and then we're back to doing the good work. All right, I'll check comments in just a second. Oh, really? Let's see. Let's get rid of that one. There we are. So what two files have changed? It should be only one. Oh, right. FF Pro releases. That one really needs to be its own thing. Do we not have a PR for that? Okay, let me catch up. Which language am I using right now? I'm using a few different languages. So I'm using POSIX Shell, which is basically a subset of Bash that runs in Docker, Linux, Mac, etc. It runs in all of them. I'm also doing some JavaScript. I don't know if I've actually been showing on screen any JavaScript. I don't know what I'm showing on screen. Yeah, I have. I've been showing some JavaScript on screen. Some Node. I'd actually like to start running with Bun. I just haven't done it yet. Whoops. I should have that 404 page go to the big listing. So we actually grab releases. Yeah, this is Node.js. Node is very, very difficult to learn because of the community. The language of JavaScript is an incredibly simple language. It's almost as simple as Go. But because people crave complexity, they crave things that are difficult to understand. And because of that, it becomes really difficult to get a foot in on JavaScript because there just really are no good resources for learning it. All the resources are extremely overcomplicated. Okay, we got to get this up. Let's Let's see. Drop FF probe from here. All right, I'll give myself another 20 minutes on this, and then I'm just going to probably stop streaming and move on to a different project. I might start streaming again. I do want to see what the heck happened with Strager. Yeah, what's going on? Oh, actually, I'll unstar from here. Well, I might as well. I'll leave that star on there. Sharing phone numbers with consent is against their TOS. How would anybody even know? Oh, heaven help us. Every time I do a git log. Probably furthermore is not the right word. I'm just gonna rewrite that and put it in a different way. Hold on. Let me. This is side channel thing, but how do I say this politely? Like actually politely? Because when I okay, let me point out the thing here. All right, risky, NPM, less risky, curls in the middle. The funny thing is, yeah, NPM is risky because of dependencies, right? Let's see here. Whatever, doesn't matter. Just get rid of it. Waste of time. Doesn't really have value. Getting rid of it. Okay. So anyway, back to the task at hand. What was I actually going to do? I wanted to look. One of the things I wanted to do was I wanted to look at historical information that we have on user agents for Webi, because we do actually have historical information. Let's see. So, but I don't know quite how to, let's see, what would be the way to parse at it and look at it? I've never actually downloaded it. I probably should. I think there's an API. I think I have an API to access it, but I don't access it. Let's see. I'm looking up something on the other screen real quick. Where real quick is a hope. Where do we put it? Oh, stats. It's under stats. Downloads. Okay, let me. Weird. Okay. Let me see. Sir. Views, downloads, API views. I'll bring some stuff up on the other screen shortly-ish. I don't know if this is doing the thing that I was hoping it was doing. Stats. Okay, API downloads. Okay, so unfortunately, I do not have the information I was hoping that I had. I think maybe the stats, I don't know if the stats are actually running. See, they say that they've been updated November 14th. Okay, let's look at the stats code for a minute. So, Webi JQ. No, that's not what I wanted. Let me go back here. Nope, back here. And let me check comments here. Okay, kind of thing. So, all right, let me, I'll pull this back over. So we want to look at, oops, get JQ back installed. So let's look at aliasman. I'm only getting the very first part of the user agent, and I should be getting the whole part of the user agent that includes the operating system. So I have done something terribly wrong, and we have not been collecting the useful information about knowing which architectures we need to be testing, etc. So that's not good. So let's look at the stats. Okay, touch. See the initial download count. Oh, we've never actually used this, okay? We've never used this. But this was something we had discussed, was to seed the download count. I'm ashamed. I'm deleting it. So initial is 0. This was a proof of concept. We never released it. We were just talking about how a lot of projects do this. See, slow down the real number over time. So I just want to, just to, acquit myself a little bit, slow down to the real number over time. So we had a fake number that we were going to show like every single project does. And I know this because if you talk to anybody, any startup, when they display their metrics on their page, if it's below a certain number, they just show the number. If it's, below 1,000, they just show 1,000. So I am embarrassed that I have this on screen. And saying, oh, well, it's industry standard does nothing to help my case. But yeah, anyway, the idea was that anything that's had at least 1,500 of whatever the count is, once it gets to that number, then we slow down to the actual amount. So we would say that there's been 1,500 downloads of something, but then we'd actually slow down and show the real number as it got above 1,500. So I promise I'm not actually going to deploy this when we get around to showing stats. This was a proof of concept. I'm not actually going to show it, but what we're going to do instead is if something is below a certain magic number, we're just not going to show the statistics. So that way it's 100% honest. Yeah, see? So we were going to show the real number. We were just going to inflate it for things that were brand new. But instead, what we're going to do, well, not that what we were going to do, something we had proof of concept that we had talked about, was inflating the number. So see, if it's less than the minimum, show the minimum. If it's over the minimum, then show the minimum plus the if the total is less than twice the, whatever. Anyway, so I'm sorry. It does not excuse me from doing this. This is trash. This is filth. Nobody should be doing this. But I didn't come up with the idea. I'll say that. It's not the idea that it's like, it's because I know that this is what my experience has been. This is what people do. Okay. So I do want to keep that kind of proof of concept around, but we can put that somewhere else. That was embarrassing. But like I said, we've never shown those numbers to people. We've never put them on the webpage. We talked about it. We proof of concept it. If we get around to putting that on, if and when we get around to putting the numbers on, the way we're actually going to do it is we're just not going to show stats for things that are too low, and we'll show stats for things that are flattering. Wait, I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Look, I deleted it, man. I deleted it. What do you want me to do? What do you want from me? How do I dig myself out of here? Uh, so embarrassing. The best I can do is say it was wrong, and we didn't implement it. There. I was young and stupid, okay? I made a lot of mistakes back then. I didn't even know how to write PowerShell correctly. RMRF and relaunch, obviously. Fancy new logo, same exact product. Works in the Valley. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay. And we don't need the bad stats file because we have the PR for it anyway. All right, and I'm just going to go ahead and merge, or not merge, pull that into main. I'm going to wait to make sure that I actually test it first, that it doesn't break anything, but I'll pull that into main. I'll go ahead and pull it into main now. How about that? Well, let me go ahead and test it right now. Okay, what the thing is, we don't have an endpoint for that. Well, maybe we do have an endpoint. We don't actually have a way to view it. I don't think. Hold on. Let me. Oh no! Hold on. Yeah, I don't think we have a... If we do have a way to get the stats, I'm not going to show that on screen. But yeah, because the browser stats, I don't really care to show the browser stats, but we did. The thing I really want to see is the, curl, Raspberry Pi, Linux, Mac, Windows. Like those are the stats that kind of, once we plot those at some point, then that will show us like, hey, here, we need to make sure that well, everything should work 100%, 100% of the time, right? But in reality, it's not always that beautiful. Okay, so interesting. Yeah, the I don't have a way. Um, okay, let's see if anything broke over here. Okay, so yeah, we don't actually have any mechanism that works for viewing stats, so I feel pretty good that we can just pull that in. Oh, whoops. Oh, I probably need to pull that locally and get a signature on it. Let me do that. Hold on. No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. And I have been thinking about how to get more of the website open source. Basically, I don't think, well, yeah, the stat APIs is something where I don't really want to ship that in the open source one. Not because I don't want people to know that we have stats, because it's very benign stuff. Like we capture the user agent, and the user agent has been restricted on the part that's actually important. The part that I was actually looking for has been restricted to like curl version, operating system version. It's not personally identifiable information or anything. No, wait, why am I doing that? Ah. Okay, there we go. It's in main. And like I said, the mechanism doesn't even work right now anyway. So what I do want to do then is I want to switch to whoops. Oops. David, can you look at some of those other PRs? I don't know if I assigned any to you. Let me check here. This one, this one, this one. If you've got some time, you can just look at those. This one is the most. I actually went through this. I don't know if you were on the stream when I went through this, but I went through this and clarified what the changes are. And then I went through every release to make sure that they all work. That's how I figured out the Flutter problem. Oh, wait, I don't know if did I actually finish going through it, or did I stop once I got to Flutter? Because I may have actually just paused for a bit when I got to Flutter. Okay, so Git, that one's only Windows. Git, the change there is for Windows, but let's go ahead and, so let me go ahead and, Git. That's taking a long time. All right, but I got it. Go. I do this in the other one. That's going to take a little bit. GPG, we could do that one. And again, these changes are completely irrelevant. Oh, look, it actually does get the DMG for this one. Now that's going to be broken, and I'm going to have to fix it again. I need some better scripts for that. Okay, cool. No, it still works. I do have a local thing. Okay, so GPG. And then what was that? So I did go. I should check go. So go version worked. Git, I think. Yeah. There we go. What build did GNU make? Why? Screw you, GNU make. Oh, SQLite. That's why. Okay. Got it. We'll do Hugo-V, no dash version. V, what? No. Help? How do we get the version? I'll have to look. Oh, Hugo version. Okay, so that works. Oh, interesting. Oh, that says it's the extended version. Okay, let's switch over. And now we have the non-extended version. Okay, so Hugo's working. GPG, get all those ones. Okay, iTerm 2. Oh, I don't want to do it. It's going to break everything. Let me just let me find out which version of iTerm I have, and we'll just install the exact same version. How about that? 3.4.20. Okay, it said extracting. So we probably want to adjust this, actually. That's a different topic for a different time, but Webi extract. All right, so if I open up applications here, whoops, this applications here, then I should see iTerm backup. No. Okay, so I think that this may not be working, but I don't think that the reason is something might have gone wrong during the extract, because it said extracting and then it just failed. Oh, and that was not with the new one turned on. So oh, do we not have that available in the whole thing yet? How do we tell what version it is? That's the real question. Okay, now iTerm's going to just break terribly. It's going to be very, very confused and not know what's going on because it's underneath the pinnings have been, you know, um, thrown away like 10 times now. Okay, so here's something. Here's something we're going to do. We're going to fix this. Okay, I think that this is going to be the magic that makes it happen. Yes. Okay. And then how do we like TR? Okay, so if I do this, hold on. Okay, so that looks like that worked. So there's our winner. Then we got to figure out the Webi. This was the requested version, right? I don't know if we actually exposed the version that was selected. No, release version is Webi version. Webi version. Okay, yes. Okay. All right, never mind. We're good. We're good. Okay. Okay, good. And then we'll do another test here. So we'll download. All right, now let's try this. Cool. I love it. How should I phrase this? Leave the installed version in place. Don't update to the same version. All right, here we go. Dropping frames. Really? Not on my end. I've got 0 drop frames. Okay. I'm going to throw this one to you, too, David. Oh, and none of these actually go to you until I click off of them. I always forget that about GitHub, that you have to actually, you can't click the thing. You have to unclick the thing for the effect to take place. Okay. So that's good. Now I've got way too many windows open again. Okay, carrying on down the line here. So we got Hugo, we got iTerm. CubeCTX is a no op. That's just comment. So no op. This one, I'm not going to do it because, well, one, all we did was add a property, and two, it's downloading an entire operating system release, and I don't want to do it. Like no one's using that except for I used it a couple times. It's not even valid anymore. Should probably get rid of it. But I do want to update to the latest version of Alama. Okay. So that's good. Pathman. Okay, Webi works. Of course, yeah, ARM V8 is an alias of ARM64. Pathman's the only one that was using it. Yeah, again, here, I will go ahead and I will reinstall Postgres. And then this does not have... Okay, good. All right. So that's working. PowerShell's working. I am a little confused about PowerShell because sometimes it elects to install the wrong version. I don't know why. So PowerShell, we're good. RG, we've already installed that. SAS, again, these things aren't going to matter. I'm adding a property, but let's do it. Sure, we'll do it. Webi, SAS. Actually, let's install it over here. SQL package. Trip. Vimzig. And then Zig. I don't know why I'm not showing the download bar. I think I have the wrong option for the download bar. I think I show the download bar at the wrong time. So we should do trip-v SQL package. Oh, doesn't have version. Well, actually, let's try this way. It does have version. Put my llama over here. So llama's working, Pathman's working. Postgres. There it goes, that's working. PowerShell's working. Yeah, I think that I actually am accidentally not showing the progress bar. Okay, we're having this issue again, but I think it's because I'm on a branch that doesn't have the hotfix applied. because that problem is not related to this problem. That was a different problem. Okay, that's everything. I've manually tested all of these. I've confirmed that there are no breaking changes because of it, and I've fixed at least one more thing. So, oh, and I did want to link this to... Oh, this get closed already? Or there's that many? What are release URLs? Wait, why does this say closed? No, reopen. Okay. I see what happened. I meant to comment and I accidentally closed it. Got it. Okay, so um all right, let me see. I'm gonna get all of these up. All right, I'm a little confused. Did I not push that link, or did I not push that up? Okay. Okay. Ah, there's the problem. Okay. So I've got all of these. Oh, we don't need ambient though. Install temp. Oh, that's updating the. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. So I'm gonna go grab lunch and then I'm gonna do real work for the next 4 or 5 hours. Paid work, that is. This is real work. Although I'm still kind of, I don't know. I'm in a funk today. If anybody wants to give me a review on those, I'd love it. David, you're the primary reviewer right now, David. Everybody else has dropped off for the time being for various reasons. Okay, I could have sworn there was something that I was going to do that, we got a bunch of tangents. That's fine. That's my life. Oh, that's where this was. Okay, lots of checks. A couple of places that don't have checks. I feel like I want to do at least one thing. in this that I was gonna do, which I can't remember what I was gonna do back at the start of this, because we're gonna look into the target host triples a little bit more, and we did. Wait, app popped up again. How did app pop up again? Oh no, what happened? Dot app. Ah, we need to make sure dot app is considered a valid extension. Hmm. All right, so app. So at this point, what I want to do with this is I actually want to pull all of that. I want to create a repository for this, really. I want to have a Webi triplets. And so it'll have, or Webi releases, Webi build classifier. I am going to do this. Is it triple or is it triplet? Target triplet. All right, can we make a portmanteau out of this? Webi build classifier. Classy, maybe? Target. Webi Cannon. We'll come up with a clever name later. Can I reselect none after I've I can't go back to none, huh? That's Can I uncheck it? No, once you've chosen a license, you're locked in, buddy. That's okay. I want like the Cookie Monster, the Triplet Monster. Ah, okay. Did use the HTTPS URL. Good. Okay, and then I will need to have it do. I'll have to do a replacer. Git config global URL dot SSH:// git at blah 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 dot instead of Okay. Okay, cool. Stay on target. We could call it stay on target. So I think that the part of this that does the read the Webi stuff is going to need to be separate. Hold on. That whole URL instead of thing did not work. Oh, that should work. Hmm. Why is instead of not working? Oh, I ran that locally. Wait, I am local. Oh, I see what I did there. Instead of, rather than instead of. Okay. Oh, I can't like my own post. There's the tweet, y'all. There's today's tweet. Whoops. I'm actually going to change this up. I don't think. One line that every developer needs. There we go. Wording is not necessarily better, but whatever. Okay. Oh, let me give you all the link. If you want the tweet, this is the tweet today. Wait, did I not push this up? There we go. All right, we're going to start this off right. What default branch? No. How did that happen? I have to change my organizational settings, apparently. Which makes sense, because I really haven't touched Webi, because, we don't really do that much with it. Repository defaults. Main. Dang it. Now look what I'm into. Labels, manage labels. All right, Hacktoberfest. So one of these is like Halloween, and the other one is October or something like that. The quintessential coding task. I'm not picking the colors. They're already there, okay? And then we have a few other ones that need to be here. Up for grabs. And then first timers only. I swear these colors are slightly off from they are over here. No, they're not. Okay. It's much easier on the eyes. Anyway, okay. What? Now, what did I come here for? Oh, I already did it. I changed the default to be main. And then going in here and making sure I turn on the branch protections and such. No wikis, no projects, no allow merge. Only allow rebasing. Always update. Delete heads. Require pull request. This will not necessarily require approvals, not at this state. Don't allow bypassing. Now that I don't even have to tap my finger on it, I don't know. There's kind of a nice thing about putting the key in and tapping my finger, but now it's just like auto-remembered or whatever. Okay. All right, I'll go through these. Okay, it's time to have lunch. I'm late on my getting to the real work. Late being self-imposed, but all the same. Okay, let's go ahead. Oh, the PowerShell one needs to go first. Where's the PowerShell fix? Okay, this one needs to get fixed first. That's the most critical one. I kind of need a command that's just like rebase all of these branches in series from top to bottom. Thanks for that, David. Okay, clean up releases. All right. I got that one. I really need some sort of shortcut for this. Okay. And this does require a restart because they fixed for Flutter requires the URL to change. Okay, looks like we don't have any active use right now. And 1, 2, okay. And we're good. So Flutter was the main one. Bunch of minor fixes. And then, okay, iTerm 2. And then apparently it's Zig. Was the Zig fix not already deployed? I thought the Zig fix was already deployed. Okay, and then let's switch back over to next. Rebase on main. What? Oh, right. Okay. So there's next. Okay. Still going, huh? Picking colors. I suppose for front-end jockeys, that really is their quintessential task. Yes. Besides adding useless animations. Oh. It's got to be performant. It can't be performant if there's not animations. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to get off of here and I'm going to go do other stuff. Oh, this one is one that is should be ready actually. I think it's just the commit name is wrong. Or commit name, the meaning oh, let's make sure that this is in next. I'm pretty sure it is. Okay. So yeah, this one, I think this is ready for review as well. This is just, well, let's see. That's what it was. It's a function, not a variable. Right. Okay, I remember why I did that. So that, yeah, this is, can we hide the white space? It's a little bit easier to read. But this is just all text changes. So that it looks nicer. If I look at commits here. Yeah. So if you want to give that a review, I'm going to squash these into a single thing. But let me see. I think a few functions were moved from one place to another. But I'm gonna mark this as ready for review. I might make a few minor changes. It's ready for review. I may make a few minor changes to it, like add another echo or something like that. But this is pretty much, it's ready to go. So and you'll see the results of this. So if we do get cherry V, that's essentially the only thing that's in next right now. So if you want to install that version of Webi, just running next.webi.sh. Actually, I don't think the version of Webi is any different. Let's see the changes. Oh, that's not good. Okay, never mind. Apparently this is not ready. Something is broken in a fundamental way. Okay, it says it's listening. Oh, I did next.webi.sh, which doesn't exist. Right, okay. So, yeah, I may adjust what the defaults are. But it's mainly color changes. So that we have our tasks and we have things dim. It's just that kind of stuff. So I wonder if we could skip that move if something doesn't need to be extracted. Probably not with the way we're doing it right now. Anyway. So there's that. So this one is just mainly colors change. There's a few functions are moved into a different place. And then there's Mo color. And although Mo color isn't Mo better, there might be a little too much color here. And certainly it would be nice if I could just get, what was it, echo tempter, TMPter. I would like to get that trimmed to tempter, just like we have the tilde trimmed. But we'll see. But yeah, I don't think there's many things in the way of substantial changes. Yeah, so that's all. That just gets moved to a different place because it makes more sense logically another place in the file. That's just coloring. Interesting, it doesn't show the highlighted, what are the same. Oh, I guess these are substantially different because the text is moving position. That's why I can't catch it, because the text isn't just changing, it's text is moving around a little bit. So all of that error message moves out to its own place. The get clone function, which you've already reviewed, that just gets color. The done message. Again, more color, color. There's where our color functions are defined. And the other functions. I do need to make sure that this curl does in fact use... Oh, that's why I'm not seeing the user agent update, because that's not actually deployed in prod. Okay. Well, no, this should have been in prod already. That was something I was going to look up. Okay, anyway, I need to go. I just need to go. Thanks for tuning in. I'll catch y'all later. Like, sub, follow if you want to. Let the want to guide you. Adios.